es la bestia de verso. Es igual. Mira si esto funciona así. ¡No! Casi llego. Que si me tiro me muero. No tengo tanta vida. Y lo tengo que matar. No me queda otra. ¡Qué mentira! ¿Qué hace? Nah, trolea una banda, boludo. Te voy a recagar matando. ¡Ay! Ay. Soy buenardo, boludo, soy buenardo. Dol, ¿para qué? Amigo, yo mato al que yo quiera, boludo. Igual no puedo pasar. Congelado. O sea, creo que acá no me va a hacer mucho esta espada. ¿Qué escuché eso? Esto no es un jugador, ¿o no?
Just wasn't he? Well, well. What's the undead legion doing with a coal such as this? I'd heard one of the crystal sages had sided with Farron's abyss watchers. I suppose it must be true. You should know. This coal is imbued with magic. First one I've ever seen. Hardly a surprise, is it? I've never been one for books or wise men. Oh, my. This coal is from the Undead Legion, used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers. A fine prize. I'm honored to be endued with it. Now I'll be equipped to infuse special gems. Praise the gods, eh? Time to put this brawn to use. Weapons and protectionists, but when overused, when their durability is low, use a powder, or simply, but should chance impel them break, I'll hammer them back in. They take no pleasure in break, so handle them. Pretty be careful.
Ah, there you are, unkindled one. I am pleased to have a pupil as dedicated as you. I'm afraid I cannot accept this. This pyromancy tome is dark and delves into the depths of men where an untouchable flame resides. I cannot comprehend this myself, let alone teach it to you. It is a spell forbidden in the Great Swamp, and nearly everywhere else too. Only one terribly afflicted or burdened by deep sorrow could begin to understand this. Do not be gone for long.
Oh, hello. If the tales are true, it is home to old moon-worshipping nobles, and should be packed with treasure. What do you think? A fine choice. I am Grey Rat the Thief. What? Goodbye.
Welcome, speak. Ashen One, to Sovereign. I'm Ashen One. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, Ashen One. The bastard's curse.
Well, well. There's something different about you, isn't there? Very well. Indeed, I am a sorcerer, with plenty to share. However, what champion demands service without recompense? Clearly, you're not that sort of man. So you will make me a promise that in exchange for my teaching, you will bring me knowledge, in the form of scrolls detailing sorcery's secrets. Well, can you assure me of this? Very well. You're no fool. I take it you understand the weight of a promise. I am Orbeck, of Vinheim, unkindled one. I shall teach you sorceries. We will learn together. It shall be like our very own school. Oh, you're back then. Again, I'm Orbeck of Vinheim, here to teach you sorceries. Let us begin with the basics. The ideal sorcerer bears the twin faces of the dragon. Ah, you could at least act as if you're paying attention. Oh my. Stupendous. And the undead legion of Farron possesses sorceries quite unknown. Thank you for upholding your end of the bargain. I doubt I ever would have made this discovery alone. Now, let us unravel the thing, so you may put these new sorceries to use. Oh my. Well, this is very unusual. It's from Ulasil, an ancient land of golden sorceries. Not even the Dragon School possesses such a long-lost scroll. What would the Xanthus scholars say with their ridiculous headwear? They would simply slaver over this find. I don't mean to seem overbearing, but have you forgotten? In exchange for my sorceries, you are to bring me knowledge in the form of scrolls detailing the secrets of sorcery. I hope you're not one to break a promise. Come again.
Myself very clear. My allegiance remained only as long as you assured the girl's safety. This knight of Kareem does not forgive betrayal. Even a broken woman deserves a dignity.
is there? Someone there? Anyone? Oh, sweet champion. Where have you been? Please, your touch. The little creatures, how they nip and bite. Oh, sweet champion. Where have you been? Please, your touch. The little creatures, how they nip and bite. You know, in my home of Karim, I would be pleased to share that, although to be honest, but if I had a divine... Oh, terribly sorry. Sweet champion, leaving so soon. Please, come back in good time. I am frightened of the dark that gnaws away at me.
I'm afraid I cannot comprehend. It is a spell. Only one terribly afflicted or burdened by deep sorrow could begin to understand this. Do not be gone for long. Aha, so... Now.
Yo en la trampa de alguien genéticamente perfecto y eso le nubla la vista. Además, el final da a entender que ella no solamente no le importa que sea vampiro, sino que quiere ser como él. O sea que le gusta vivir al límite, por eso no se arrepiente de nada. Algo curioso es que como los protagonistas no tienen nada en común, cada vez que charlan y se conocen es un montaje sin sonido. O sea, es como ver a dos Sims hablando, solamente vemos que se caen bien y esa es la excusa que nos dan para que no pensemos que solamente se atraen por el físico. Hay un video que se llama Robert Pattinson odia Crepúsculo, donde se muestra al actor mostrando su disconformidad con el papel en varias entrevistas. También ha dicho que estuvo a punto de ser despedido por proponer cambios en su personaje. Más allá de esto y una aparición en Harry Potter, Pattinson estuvo trabajando en muchas películas buenas independientes fuera del foco mainstream, pero el estigma de Crepúsculo lo persigue a todas partes. ¿Será Batman quien le dé otra reputación? Yo soy Axel KSS, si te gustó, recomendame algún...
uses the phrase engulfment to mean its secondary definition of powerfully affecting someone or overwhelming. It does not mean being flooded over by the chaos flame or by lava, which is what most imagine. It does not mean being definition of powerfully affecting someone or overwhelming. It does not mean being flooded over by the chaos flame or by lava, which is what most imagine. I believe that the witch gave in to her desire for the demonic, for corrupting forces such as sadness and anger, and committed fully to demonhood emotionally. She didn't lose control of the flame, rather, she lost control of herself. I will get to what may have caused this in a moment. The lava that floods the area actually comes from Ceaseless and his sores, further supporting the idea that the obvious notion of engulfment is incorrect. After the flame stabilizes, the witch then decides to create demons. This was not a manic production beyond her control, but an active choice. She had Ceaseless while the flame was still unstable. And continues to become the mother of others after it is stable. Only Ceaseless is covered with chaos sores, as other demons were born from a stable flame. However, most demons are not produced in the same biological sense as the witch's daughters and Ceaseless, and perhaps other sons, where I believe there was a father. She may have been pregnant with Ceaseless during the time when the chaos flame was created, explaining why Ceaseless was born while the flame was unstable, and yet was still a true sibling of Quelana and her sisters. All demons have the witch as their mother, but in most cases it was not in the same sense as Ceaseless, her daughters, or perhaps her other sons. Instead, she bound beings together through the chaos flame, or produced the parasites which would allow the host to become a demon. The Guardian Soul supports this, stating that the Guardian is akin to a demon, in that it seems to be formed of more than one creature. A parasite is created from the chaos flame and given or applied to a host. A successful demon amalgamation would be achieved once the parasite had truly merged with the host. She nurtured them as this process went on, shown by the Japanese name for the bed of chaos, which translates to nursery of chaos. That the life of the chaos flame produced was parasitic and needed to merge with a host is no surprise. Let us consider what the chaos flame is. It was produced through a piece of the first flame. The chaos flame could not be in existence without the first flame. It is, in a sense, dependent on the first flame. That is to say, it's parasitic. The first flame brought life, true life. Therefore, what form of life would the chaos flame create? The first flame creates life, and the chaos flame, which is dependent on the first flame, creates life which is dependent on true life, parasitic life. The beings the bed of chaos creates have just the same relationship with living beings as the flame of chaos has with the first flame. The chaos flame also feeds on humanity, so in the same way that a parasite feeds off its host, the flame itself must absorb pieces of the first flame to continue. Therefore, the Sisters of Chaos, the Egg Bearers and the Crag Spiders are all examples of welded creatures through original forms and parasitic ones that have fused. Cut content shows a brain bug which seems to progress along several stages of parasitic fusing to reach the Crag Spider. The Chaos Sisters were once humanoid and now are welded. The Egg Bearers are hosts, and we ourselves can become like them. The cut content has an item which refers to the parasite you can receive from the Egg Bearers. The description states that an egg implanted on the head by a type of parasite bearing eggs on the back has an item which refers to the parasite you can receive from the egg bearers. The description states that an egg implanted on the head by a type of parasite The description states that an egg implanted on the head by a type of parasite bearing eggs on the back.
Bauti, ¿tienes el internet?
Uses the phrase engulfment to mean its secondary definition of powerfully affecting someone or overwhelming. first flame to continue. Therefore, the Sisters of Chaos, the Egg Bearers, and the Crag Spiders are all examples of welded creatures through original forms and parasitic ones that have fused. Cut content shows a brain bug which seems to progress along several stages of parasitic fusing to reach the Crag Spider. The Chaos Sisters were once humanoid and now are welded. The Egg Bearers are hosts, and we ourselves can become like them. The cut content has an item which refers to the parasite you can receive from the Egg Bearers. The description states that an egg implanted on the head by a type of parasite bearing eggs on the back. The nightmare begins with a slight itch of the head, and soon the parasite will be siphoning the souls of slain enemies. Siphoning the souls. It becomes part of you, and eventually you work together as one creature. Even the witch herself, at her very core, has a parasitic insect. It is so fused with her that to fully kill her, to get the witch's very soul, it also needs to be killed. It also appears as though it exhausts her, with the witch slumped over with the toll the parasite takes on her. A relationship where she can't live without it, and yet it costs her dearly. An addiction to chaos. There is likely more to her broken, defeated physicality that I will get to shortly. Sometime after the birth of Ceaseless, some of her daughters elected, of their own free will, to become the spider demons we meet. I believe that it was likely they were gifted with special parasites that the Chaos Flame produced. They slowly fuse with these parasites and grow into the half-spider, half-witch creatures that we encounter. There was no panicked mutation where the beautiful, innocent daughters became grotesque monsters. Most demonic production was a result of choice. There is a great deal of evidence for this, simply by looking at the behaviour the demons exhibit while playing Dark Souls. Right up to the present day, Quelaag, her sister, and all the demons, except a small group who betrayed their kind, are pro-demon survival, growth, and flourishing, and protect the Chaos Flame. They have no wish to revert back to any former state, and in fact wish more demons to be born. Anyone who says otherwise, even if it happens to be another daughter of Chaos, is lying. To realise this, we must simply notice the signs that have always been there. First is that during the witch's control of the Chaos Flame, she produces and becomes the mother of many demons before either pyromancy or engulfment comes about. The witch was perfectly in control. Engulfment was a dedication or addiction to the demonic at all costs due to a later event. The demons enjoyed a flourishing culture before both the engulfment and pyromancy. This means that the witch was choosing to have the demon offspring. Quelaana stays in Izalith for some time after demons are produced. We know this, as she doesn't leave until some time after her brother is born, grows, is gifted a ring, drops it, and so on, as shown by Ceaseless mourning what he believes to be her body. The description of the orange charred ring shows Ceaseless was gifted the ring by his sisters, i.e. the whole group of them, not a portion of them, with one missing. Similarly, Ceaseless is referred to by Miyazaki as the first demon, therefore he must be born before his sisters become the spider demons we meet, so Quelaana cannot flee with the knowledge of her sisters being spider demons without also knowing of Ceaseless. All these things show that Quelaana does not leave Izalith as the Chaos Flame is created and that it is controlled. Eventually, Quelaana does leave however, faking her death for the sake of her brother and forsaking the rest of her family. She does this after the Lords challenge the dragons, but well before the war against the demons, and either just before the Age of Fire or just after it comes about. With regards to Ceaseless, there is no evidence that Ceaseless was the only son. He is just the only son there is proof for. The potential for other brothers also chimes with the idea that Vamos could have been from Izalith and from the same royal line. With golden yellow on his helm, demonic tendril bones on his face, a knowledge of how to use ancient embers that were lost to Izalith, and a royal bloodline. Furthermore, there is a Prince Izalith in the game text files, which I will get to in a moment. More evidence of this loyalty to demonhood held by all, except Quelaana and the Batwing demons, is the culture that is shown everywhere. It is easy to disregard it when faced with the animalistic nature of the demons. We assume they are lowly beasts, and that the surrounding culture must have been before the onset of demons, and a vestige of Izalith. Rather, Izalith has demon culture at its core, from the demonic statues to the bed of chaos at Izalith's deepest point. Demon culture is all around us, and it brought new forms of magic, lifted this art to chaos form over time, and developed smithing. The Old Witch's Ring shows that there is not only a spoken language, but a written language as well. Using the ring, we can speak this demonic language with the Fair Lady. The script of this language is not only on the ring, but on the space where faces should be on the Titanite demons, flowing up around Ceaseless Discharge, Quelaag, and the staves either side of the Bed of Chaos. In addition to language, they have a social hierarchy, from lesser Taurus and Capra demons, lesser Batwing demons, to a Fire Sage whose name literally means Flame Priest, which is close enough to Fire Sage. What's interesting is that the way his name is arranged means he is Flame Priest to the demons, not just another demon who happens to be a priest. It indicates a much higher authority in the demonhood than your average animal demon, and shows he holds a high station amongst the demons. Furthermore, his name shows that there was a demon religion that he had a high standing in, a stamp of even existential questions in the culture. This hierarchy goes right up to the witch, the Queen of Izalith. In addition, the basement key advises us to be wary of the dogs that serve the Capra demon, implying the demons have the intelligence to train lesser beings. The existence of this developed demon culture in society is further supported by the DesignWorks interview. At one point, Miyazaki is asked by an artist about putting symbols into the designs successfully. Miyazaki praises the demon designs and says that the symbols worked well, mentioning that the Capra demon's head is an example of this. It gives a sense of ceremony and long-held tradition, which in turn hints at developed culture. From Software, as they always do, merely hint, but look and you shall find, and developed culture it is. Developed enough to grow in all these ways, have language, religion, wage war with Gwyn, resolve it in pacts, and when the Four Kings default on their agreement and the humanity cycle stops working, the demons are wise enough to attempt to stop Frampton Gwyndolin's expedient solution of the undead legend. The demons are aware that Frampton Gwendolyn believe that the Witch of Izalith has outlived her usefulness. Therefore, they act in the interest of self-preservation. They attempt to stop the progress of any undead in order to protect their queen and mother. This is shown by the fact that the Capra demon has made his way into the undead burg to halt your progress. The Taurus too, with the bridge smashed up enough to show he has stopped a great deal of us advancing already. These are both recent developments, as shown by the Undead Merchant dialogue, who states that it has gotten treacherous in these parts, and that demons have moved in. This pairs perfectly with the recent creation of the Undead legend. In addition, the DesignWorks interview reveals that the Centipede demon was originally intended to guard the first bell, which is another example of the demons stopping us fulfilling the prophecy, with demons protecting both bells. The Undead Asylum is also guarded by an Asylum demon, who fights to stop the passage of the undead fleeing to follow the legend. They have their own intentions and motivations, and they work together as a community with a shared plan. From one of the oldest demons in existence, showing that religion and sorcery existed all those years ago, right up to the present day, their culture has survived. The lords rose and fell, the dragons are no more, but the demons are still unified and very much alive. Therefore, the demons are not monsters or animals, but have an interest in going on living and maintaining their culture, and they certainly don't want to be put out of their misery, as Quelana implies. Let us move back to the first stages of demonhood and focus on the Daughters of Chaos. Evidence that becoming a spider demon was a choice, and not being caught in a chaos flame growing out of control, is evident through the fact that Quelana and the eldest daughter are still human. All the daughters were close to their mother, and likely took part in the ritual. In fact, we find the eldest daughter closer to the chaos flame than anyone else, far below her spider sisters, and yet she is still human. This was not luck or fleeing in time, since she is still at the heart of chaos and she's wielding its magic. The eldest daughter did not flee, and is not a demon. Therefore, those who didn't transform exercised a free choice to not do so. There is no engulfment, but rather an emotional engulfment, a willingness to be subsumed. Demon is a modern spelling of the word demon, which is defined as, in ancient Greek belief, a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. This fits with a great deal of Greek mythology inspiration that is present in Dark Souls. It also fits with another foundational inspiration for Dark Souls, Berserk. I advise you to skip forward if you wish to read or watch any Berserk and you don't want to hear any spoilers. In Berserk, there is a moment where Guts is talking to Griffith about the shock of seeing a demon, something they wouldn't have believed to have existed just days before. Griffith says to Guts, "I would say that it could be something like a god," to which Guts says, "More like a demon." Griffith replies, "Who knows? Is there a difference?" Here is the series episode where he says this about 10 minutes in, or, alternatively, this scene is at the end of book 5 of the manga. This implies or reveals the concept of who is to say there should be a distinction between such levels of power. Why should becoming a spider demon be less compelling than becoming a lord in Dark Souls? Because it's more grotesque aesthetically? The Guardian Soul description also mentions that the Guardian is like the beings known as demons because he is an amalgamation of creatures. The phrase known as implies that the term demon is not a necessary or true name. They are not inherently demonic or monstrous as the negative term implies. Instead, it is the term used by those who view them as monsters. In the lands of humans or lords, they may use this term to animalize or demean the inhabitants of Izalith to the level of senseless beasts, rather than those who have a flourishing culture and may match Lordran's might. If we look at Berserk once more, we find further support by discovering that every demon in Berserk chose to become one. All minor demons and all members of the God Hand, including Griffith, chose power and forsook their humanity. In a similar way, I believe that Quelaag, her sister the Fair Lady, and many others chose to transform. I believe the only one without a choice was Ceaseless Discharge, who was born so early that the witch did not have full control of the flame yet. This would make even more sense if she was pregnant when creating the flame, or gave birth when it was unstable. In Berserk, Casca is pregnant when she is overcome by demonhood, and her child is born demonic and malformed. Once again, Ceaseless is likely the same, an unfortunate case of timing, and I believe this to be why Quelana pities him. This is why she takes the trouble when she leaves to trick him into thinking she has died, when actually she has forsaken them all. She also does not request him to be killed, perhaps the only one who would actually want to be put out of his misery, though she is quick to invoke this concept for her sisters, who are in no pain other than those caused by the human realm. When looking at Berserk, those who wish to become demons must sacrifice something dear to them, something that they love the most. Perhaps this is why Quelana finally felt she had to leave and forsake her family, since she couldn't abide by these actions. Even if the two stays by the Bed of Chaos are two of the Chaos Sisters, there is still one sister that is unaccounted for. It does beg the question of what happened to her with regards to these sacrifices that may have been made. Perhaps this explains Quelana's wishes for only putting certain members of her family out of their misery. This is speculation though, of course. In addition to the definition of demon, inspiration from Greek mythology and Berserk, let us look at more direct evidence for demons having wished to become demons. What about the present day though? Everyone we encounter except Quelana are in support of the Chaos Flame, demons, and even creating more demons. What is Ceaseless Discharge doing in addition to looking over the corpse of his sister? He is looking over the Chaos Flame. What does Quelaag do when you enter the boss room? She pats her demonic half affectionately. During the fight, she hugs herself to cast a spell. She is affectionate to her demon side and does not view it as a curse. What does Kirk do in addition to collecting humanity? He serves the wishes of the Fair Lady. He may even be in love with her. What does he die doing? He protects the Bed of Chaos to the very end. What is the name of the covenant that you can join? The Servants of Chaos. What do you give to it in the Fair Lady? Humanity, reinforcing the concept of demons being between gods and humans. What happens to chaos weapons as you add humanity? They become stronger, just as the demons in Berserk do with human sacrifice. The Fair Lady unlocks a shortcut to Izalith, and Kirk can reach it. They are residing where they stay by choice, not because they fled, as Quelana claims. They guard the bell in order to protect their mother, so they have made their home higher up. What does the eldest daughter die doing? Protecting the Bed of Chaos. What can you undertake as a member of the Servants of Chaos, and what does Engi congratulate you for? Becoming a host for a parasite. What does the item Egg Vermifuge state? That the egg bearers have chosen to serve the Flame of Chaos. What does the Fair Lady say to you when she believes you are her sister? Sister, it hurts. The eggs have gone still. I fear it may be too late. I'm so sorry, dear sister. The Fair Lady wishes the eggs and parasites, all potential future demons, to live and grow and multiply. Are any of these long lists the actions of those who are mutated against their will? Rather, it seems they are happy to be in this state and are actively worshipping and protecting the flame responsible. They are constantly working on creating more demons and are deeply sad when potential eggs may have died. All this contributes to a resounding message. The demons are exactly what they want to be, and they want more demons to come into existence. Let us talk briefly about the influence of pyromancy on the world outside of Izalith. Quelana learns the language of Lordran, and long after leaving Izalith teaches pyromancy to Salaman. Laurentius' sash has language on it that looks akin to demonic runes. Perhaps this shows that Laurentius is a student, or of the same student-teacher lineage as Quelana, Salaman, and Carmina. Blighttown, however, is not the same as the Great Swamp. This is for several reasons. First, and this piece of evidence is sufficient proof alone, Laurentius needs to be told where to find Quelana, and how to get to the base of Blighttown, by you. He is from the Great Swamp, so it should be easy to return home if the swamp and Blighttown were one and the same. He has travelled far to get to Lordran from the Great Swamp since becoming undead. Far is not from Blighttown to Firelink. In addition to this, he goes hollow in Blighttown, which implies that he was not capable of traversing it. It is doubtful Laurentius could not survive a stay at his own home. His hollowing may have been more complex, however, but I will get to that. Further proof is that we find the poison mist pyromancy on a corpse in the swamp at the base of Blighttown. We know Ingi and others were cast out from the Great Swamp as heretics for such pyromancy. It is therefore unlikely that those who were exiled died in the very place they were banished from. Further evidence is that Siegmeyer calls Blighttown the Poison Swamp, not the Great Swamp. The Tattered Cloth Manchette also states that pyromancers were driven out into hinterlands, the definition of which is an area lying beyond what is visible or known. Right below Firelink Shrine is unlikely to be a hinterland, and this item is also found along with the spell of an exile, further confirming that Blighttown is not this hinterland. Finally, there has been a lineage of pyromancers in the Great Swamp, but we find no one but Quelana in Blighttown. Laurentius tells us that he imagines his teacher still resides in the Great Swamp, yet we find no such teacher in Blighttown. Also, as discussed in the timeline video, there is one healer of New Londo who originates from Blighttown and returns to it after giving up on her duty. And we know pyromancy only emerged to the outside world via Salaman, not long before the Four Kings were trapped. Therefore, it is unlikely that Blighttown is the Great Swamp if it is already populated so soon after pyromancy has been taught to Salaman. Laurentius also mentions that his home, the Great Swamp, is a great store of nature, and Blighttown certainly does not seem this way. A swamp can be a fertile marshland, not a poisoned bog. Blighttown is stagnant and has no store of life at all. Finally, Laurentius says to us that in this land, i.e. Lordran, pyromancers earn a certain respect. Therefore, the land of Lordran is distinct from the land which holds the Great Swamp within it. Let us focus now solely on Quelana. We have established that she leaves after challenging the dragons, but before the Age of Fire truly comes about, or certainly not far into it. This is well before Chaos Pyromancy developed, as she has not learnt any. This may be why she is referenced as having latent power, as she has not yet learned to invoke Chaos Flame. But why does she leave? Perhaps she feels that becoming a demon is a mistake. Perhaps she falls out with her sisters. It is difficult to know, but I believe it is not an amicable departure, and that she resents or even hates her mothers and sisters. Perhaps her father also. She fakes her death when she leaves, likely for the sake of her brother, Ceaseless, who did not choose his fate and was a demon by birth. She leaves for some time, but other than the teaching of Salaman and perhaps an involvement with the war, what does she get up to? We find her at the base of a poisoned swamp. Not a place to live by choice, surely. So what is she doing very close to the realm of her sisters? This may be answered by examining what she asks us to do. She requests that we put her mother and sisters out of their misery. However, I have established her sisters are in no misery except through a poison introduced from outside their realm. This benevolence of Quelana's appears questionable when Quelag is happy as a demon. Even non-demons, Kirk and the eldest daughter of Chaos, die protecting the Witch of Izalith. So, Quelana begins to seem more suspect. What is more suspect is that she omits asking us to put Ceaseless Discharge out of his misery, despite her brother undoubtedly living in constant pain. Finally, if you return having completed her morbid request, her reaction speaks volumes. Quelana's first words after you killed her mother, and they are calmly spoken, are, "Outstanding. You have done very well." This is not the emotional response expected from a daughter hearing her mother is dead, however much misery the mother may have been in. This coldness may reveal the desire to do harm that the kind voice and intelligence of Quelana masks from us. Perhaps we were charmed. And charmed may be the right word here, as we are dealing with a witch. Let us think for a moment about the pain the fair lady is in. This came from outside of Quelaag's domain. It came about from Quelana teaching pyromancy to the outside world, perhaps much later, but the poison pyromancy would not have come about without Quelana teaching Salomon all those years ago. But look closer. Just how indirect was the poisoning of the fair lady? How responsible is Quelana really? Ingi asks us in his dialogue whether we have heard of lost Quelana, and yet mentions that no one has ever seen her. He does not speak the language of the fair lady, so how would he know of Quelana's existence? Indeed, Quelana faked her death, so it is likely that Quelaag and the fair lady do not even know that their sister is alive. So how does Ingi have a knowledge about this invisible witch? He may not even know how he knows. Ingi poisoned the fair lady through her self-sacrifice, but was it by chance that he bungled into Quelaag's lair? Let us look at the final piece of the puzzle, an item Quelana sells. Undead Rapport. This is a pyromancy which charms undead and gains temporary allies. It makes them spellbound, witless, and under her control. In addition, this is an advanced pyromancy of Quelana. She not only sells it, she invented it. What business does she have manipulating the undead? Why would someone feigning ablution concern themselves with undead mind control? Why is enchanting the undead so important that she would go to the lengths of creating a spell? The spell also mentions, despite there being no gender mechanic in Dark Souls, that it is usable by either gender. This implies that Quelana created it and has been using it as it has worked for the female gender in the past. Now, Quelana permanently lurking outside her sister's domain seems more sinister. What happens when we tell Laurentius where to find Quelana? We find him later, apparently hollow. As Laurentius showed in his dialogue that he was pro the Witch of Izalith, perhaps Quelana did not take kindly to him. Did he go hollow through his own incompetence, or was he enchanted? Wandering around the swamp, spellbound by a daughter of chaos, until poison overcame him. Laurentius may have been just another victim of Quelana's, turned away from Izalith due to his esteem for the witch. Ingi now seems not coincidental at all. Quelana funneled a poison-bearing Ingi towards her sisters with evil intent. Her sister does not die, so later she sends a violent, chosen undead who specializes in killing lords. Ingi may have invented the poison that afflicts the fair lady, but Quelana directed the poison and Ingi into her domain. In the same way that the undead we use undead rapport on wake back up after a time, Ingi does the same, having no idea what happened and becoming truly loyal to the fair lady. However, perhaps some vague memory does remain. What proof of his interaction with Quelana could there be if there is only a subconscious flicker left? It is shown to us by his knowledge of Quelana. How could he know of her without some interaction? He cannot speak the language of his mistresses, yet asks if we have heard of a lost Quelana, who no one has ever seen, a witch wandering the poison swamp. He hasn't seen her, yet he knows of her, as her mind possessed his. Perhaps even Salomon was bewitched too. Quelana herself admits Salomon was bungling. Perhaps he was chosen not for his great competence, but for his great incompetence and potential to be manipulated. And finally, we have ourselves, a foolish undead rolling amongst the swamp, pursuing a false undead legend. We are charmed into doing Quelana's bidding and used to murder her family. Hers is the only web of the daughters of chaos that we are truly caught in, and we become just another fool. Let us return to the run-up to the war that occurs between Chaos Demons and Lordran. It is likely that the demon consumption of humanity was a competition for resources, until the lack of supply was such that Gwyn went to war with the demons. It is likely consumption increased with the growth of the population of demons. A pact was reached after the battle to keep to their respective realms, or enforced when Gwyn gained the upper hand. He may have done this with Quelana's help, as a defector, translator, or intermediary. Whether it was through Quelana's help or not, Lordran gained the upper hand by bringing over to their side the demons we find in Anor Londo. We can tell these demons defected to Gwyn through the description of their spear, their presence in Anor Londo, and their use of lightning. They are named lesser demons, so likely did not rank highly in the society of Izalith, and therefore were likely to rebel to a society which promised to treat them better. Their weapon explicitly states that they are chaos demons, so their natural home is down below, in Izalith. It also states that their weapons are imbued with lightning. Lightning is a gift Gwyn bestows, and every other normal demon weapon is referenced as only having a great weight, or power if used with great strength. The bat demons are once again unique. Finally, these demons help you progress to Anolondo, carrying you up. Every other demon tries to stop you in the path that ends with the death of their mother. We can therefore conclude that these demons betrayed their kind for Gwyn, much as Seath did against the dragons. The tide turned with the betrayal of these demons, perhaps with the help of Quelana to translate their secrets. The demons finally conceded to a pact after it was evident that they had to compromise or be defeated, as the dragons were. The pact likely involved humanity consumption and keeping to their realm, just as Quelaag mentions in her cut dialogue. Keeping to different realms would also fix the competition for humanity. Finally, the Bel Quelaag Guards served a purpose before its use as a part of the undead legend. It was likely linked to offerings for the Four Kings, or to send a signal when they required more humanity from the production line overseen by the Four Kings. You may have noticed that we have been led to the question of a father and a king. I believe that the father of the daughters, and likely some sons too, was Xanthus King Jeremiah. Let us first analyse the name. Xanthus is not a place, but in fact means yellow. This is misleading and often causes people to conclude that he is from some exotic, unknown part of the land. It simply refers to the colour of the clothes he wears. King, of course, implies he was a king, but this requires a kingdom. The name Jeremiah may help us in finding this kingdom. Jeremiah is the name of a major Hebrew prophet who foresaw the fall of Assyria and the conquest of his country by Egypt and Babylon. This name implies that he could be from Izalith, and warned Izalith of the potential invasion by Lordran. Izalith was invaded by another power just as Assyria was. Tenuous? Let's go further. Jeremiah also wields chaos pyromancies, pyromancies which even Quelana does not wield, as she left before pyromancy had developed to the chaos level. What chaos pyromancy does he also wield that is exclusive to only one other character? Chaos Fire Whip, wielded by the eldest daughter of the Witch of Izalith, the daughter that is the deepest in supposedly lost Izalith. It is assumed that she created it as she wields it, but equally, the spell could have been a gift from her father. Whichever way you look at it, it is a remarkably rare spell, and it certainly implies a connection. Furthermore, if King Jeremiah is exiled, where is he exiled from? Given his strong links to pyromancy and access to chaos pyromancies, the obvious answer is Izalith. What is Izalith lacking? A king and father to the daughters. There is also further support in previous works of From Software. In Demon Souls, some of you may remember the old monk boss. The old monk's robe, which becomes a headpiece, is remarkably similar to the one King Jeremiah wears. This has often been referred to as a little nod to fans of Demon Souls, but there is more here. In Demon Souls, the King of Latria has been kicked out of the kingdom by the Queen, and he also uses this yellow cloth in the boss battle. This once again implies that Jeremiah not only looks like the old monk boss battle by chance, but reflects the lore behind the story in Demon Souls as well. Both characters were exiled from the land by their queens. In fact, the Bed of Chaos boss battle was almost very similar to the Demon Souls old monk battle too. Waragi stated in the Designworks interview that in a previous version, the Bed of Chaos lies sprawled on the floor and waves its hands, while the king sitting on the throne looks on. Miyazaki confirms this and talks about later changes. Just like in the old monk fight, where the king on the throne does not actually fight you, while a PvPer, controlled by the headcloth, fights the player. This old version of the Bed of Chaos boss battle is similar. The Bed of Chaos fights while the king sits. The cloth, the format of the battle, the lore, and the missing king all match. And then we have his appearance in the Painted World. Miyazaki has said that the Painted World was a place where they put ideas that were cut from the game, or semi-cut, which they still wanted to have. Perhaps he just couldn't let go of his good ideas. We know that there was a King Izalith that was cut from the Designworks interview, and a king appears in the Painted World. This king was cut at a very late moment, so they would have become attached to the character, its design, and the lore surrounding it. It is likely, therefore, that it would be placed in the Painted World. He also mentions that the Painted World is a place where someone who's being chased to might go to escape, and references Priscilla while saying this. However, in the same way, the Painted World also suits our exiled King Jeremiah. Furthermore, the wall-hugging parasite in Blighttown in the text files is called Prince Izalith. It has been frequently mentioned that perhaps this enemy could be more than it appears. This could be another son, like Ceaseless, overwhelmed by a demon parasite. He guards power within on a corpse, so the prince is not Carmina, but this pyromancy does emphasize the concept of excessive power, eating away the life force of its caster, rather like the power of demonhood. The shape of the prince's head matches with his potential father. There is also a whip near this Prince Izalith. And what does King Jeremiah wield? A whip. Like father, like son. Jeremiah is the only character to wield a whip in the game, a notched whip, which is effective against flesh, perfect for fighting demons, or keeping those he ruled over under control. And what does Ceaseless Discharge appear to use as another son of Jeremiah? It may be his arm, but it is certainly whip-like, a long, single limb that flies down the canyon. The king taught his sons how to fight. Also, look closely at Jeremiah's headscarf. Look at the Designworks images. Underneath this yellow bandage is blood and strange spikes or threads that seem to come from within. This isn't a fashion choice, it's hiding something. Underneath is a demon growth just like the Prince Izalith enemy. He has partaken of the fruits of the Flame of Chaos and is welded with the parasite. From Software passively confirms this through the game code. This is because the headpiece is not able to be removed. Every character's face can be discovered and the headpiece is removed to reveal what lies underneath, except a notable few. From Software worked on designing faces even though they knew most people would never see or appreciate them. True Dark Souls. However, in the notable exceptions, From Software does not want to give such easy solutions to lore questions. For these few, the helms are not removable. Jeremiah, Kieran, and Marvelous Chester cannot be seen without their helms. Chester is cursed, so it has become his face. Kieran may or may not be a Cyclops of some form, and Dark Souls isn't going to give an easy answer. The face the community touts as being Kieran's was a placeholder model for a demo or debug, and hence it is completely basic, bald, and without features. In the actual game there is no face that you can access. We are deliberately left in the dark, so we have to reach our own conclusions on our own merit. Then there is Jeremiah, another deliberately held back face model. Why? Because underneath the cloth is not a simple face, but a grotesque growth, much like that found on the Prince Izalith enemy. To allow us to see this demonic growth would give us the lore that he is the King of Izalith too easily. However, if Jeremiah was living in Izalith long enough to learn Chaos Pyromancies, what led him to be exiled? I have already mentioned that he may have just been acting under his namesake. After predicting the war would come, his queen and all of Izalith may have become tired of him croaking like a Cassandra. But this is too simplistic. We have another possibility. The queen exiled him because he betrayed her. We have established that the queen must have exiled him due to the fact that she would be the only one with such authority in Izalith. Who else could exile the king? This is further confirmed through the Demon Souls similarities, but there is more support for betrayal in examining what Jeremiah wears. Covered in bright yellow, the headpiece formed a painful embrace that stings the eyes, which reminds us of another character, Lautrec. Clad in burnished gold, with arms that protect him and yet appear to entrap him, have a similar yellow melancholy to his outfit. Lautrec is, or was, in love with Fina. We know from the Ring of Favour and Protection that Fina possesses fateful beauty. We can also infer from the fact that the ring breaks if removed that she is fickle with her affections. It is likely this fickle nature meant it was inevitable that her beauty would affect many men and gods, and she would not keep to one admirer. The fact that we can acquire another Ring of Favour and Protection from Snuggly in a single playthrough confirms this, proving that she gave her affections to multiple individuals, which leads into further evidence for Jeremiah's betrayal of his queen. It is worth noting, however, that the witch may not be without sin either. We think that the father of Ceaseless is in fact someone other than Jeremiah, but I shall expand on that in our Stories of the Gods episode. The item required to give Snuggly if you wish to receive Fina's Ring of Favour and Protection is the Xanthus Crown. The more we have studied the lore, the more Snuggly's choices of gifts seem non-random, but planned by the developers as links to confirm lore that is buried very deeply. The story of Lautrec is surely too inconsequential to have the fateful consequences that are mentioned in the Ring of Favour and Protection. Instead, Jeremiah fell for Fina's beauty, and this love and betrayal of the Witch of Izalith was discovered. The Queen, heartbroken, exiled him. But the fateful consequences did not stop there. The betrayal led to corrupting emotions of sadness and anger, which in turn led to the engulfment that is mentioned. This caused an exponential growth of the demons and the inevitable war, as the witch indulged in chaos, throwing caution to the wind. Fina's beauty may have led to the chain of events, much like in Berserk, with the broken individual choosing demonhood and power over all else. The bed of chaos we meet, head lolling on the floor, arms barely raised, strikes one as defeated and heartbroken. She may have preferred to bring on war and calamity than go on, committing to demonhood in order to flee from the pain her humanity caused her.
Hawkeye Goff hits a dragon against the wind from a mile away, and he is blind. After gaming's greatest shot of all time, he celebrates by sitting back down and continuing his wood carving. Welcome to Hawkshaw's take on Hawkeye Goff. Black Iron Tarkus is a heavy boy. Havel is a heavier boy. Smo is even chunkier. But Goff is the heaviest of all heavy boys. Goff can't see. He isn't faking it. His hand delicately feels for his bow, and if we go quiet while fighting, or wear the slumbering dragon crest ring, he strains to hear us, and belly flops the air. This leaves us with two mysteries. What is the cause of his blindness? Is it because of his eyes, or because of his helmet? And second, how on earth does he make this shot? The second mystery can be answered.
Welcome to the timeline of the world of Dark Souls, as work done previously by From Software and some inevitable conjecture. However, the latter is kept to a minimum and it will be clear where the leaps have been made. I will provide almost all the evidence I have for each timeline stage in an attempt to dispel future confusion and cement certain timeline events. Before beginning, there are a few timeline mechanics to consider, some that have been mentioned before and some that we have found in our own research. The first is from the White Sign Soapstone and Solaire's dialogue, which both state that the flow of time is distorted. However, I would like to note that it seems, despite difficulties when facing evidence that challenges assumptions, that the lore is remarkably consistent and this is really a multiplayer mechanic.
Avisanos cuando no dejamos.
Broadly, it can be approached in a classical cause and effect framework. Another is that the game was rushed out in a partially incomplete state, and therefore there are certain in-game inconsistencies and original game to DLC inconsistencies with regard to timeline. A third is that the complexity of Dark Souls lore includes characters with individual motivations. There is a degree of conflicting information which shows that it is likely that several key pieces of dialogue that mention amount of years are possible lies or used for manipulation. Finally, there is confusion given by in-game versus out-of-game information. This is not going to be a pocket-sized piece of lore sentimentalism, but a historical evidence-based video for the Dark Souls lore enthusiast. So strap in. First, there was the Age of Ancients. When the intro states that there are grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons, I believe that the dragons were the only creatures in existence, but in pure, everlasting form. There is no time, as there is no change. Then there came the first flame, but long before what we call the Age of Fire. It brings life, death, light, and dark, but also emotions, including corrupting emotions such as hunger, greed, anger, and so on. Time begins as disparity brings about change. Life, I believe, also allows everlasting dragons to reproduce, and it is likely that some dragons are corrupted into imperfect dragons. Perhaps primordial serpents are examples of this, created by greed. The word primordial is defined as existing at or from the beginning of time, and I believe therefore the primordial serpents come about when the first flame
¿Corto? Okay.
brings time and simultaneously corrupts some dragons into these serpents. Primordial is also used to describe the crystal we find in-game that Seath uses, which I believe came about with the coming of life. The Alluring Skull states that souls are a concentration of life, and Homing Crystal Soulmass states that the mysteries of souls, crystals, and the sorceries are deeply intertwined. This shows that the crystal has a relationship with life, and therefore is likely a result of the disparity. In addition, crystals in reality are formed from molten rock deep within the earth in most cases, which also implies that heat and cold had arrived to form it already. It has been asked why the dragons possessed both everlasting scales and a crystal that gives everlasting life, as surely the latter is unnecessary, but I believe they found the crystal once life emerged, for the reasons I have just mentioned. We have a video planned to focus on such topics as humanity, souls, crystals, life, and so on, so if you are interested in our interpretations of these cornerstones of the game, stay tuned for a video devoted to them. Manus is referenced as primeval man, which means of the earliest time in history, and therefore humans came about after the first flame, as we have mentioned that time had not begun before it. However, the deliberate change in wording from primordial to primeval may imply a later date in the sense that some form of referencing time has begun. I will get to what this distinction may imply in a moment. Seath is born imperfect due to the corrupting aspects of life. He was without scales, is partially sighted, though only with a lack of sight, not blind, as I will discuss another time, and has serpentine legs, symbolizing he is a partially imperfect dragon. The Gaping Dragon is born, as it is a descendant, not an original ancient dragon that existed before fire. It is still a mineral being, however. He begins to be corrupted by hunger, as Miyazaki told us in the Designworks interview, and is warped by desire into the being we meet much later in the game. Then, from the dark, they came. They are created by the emergence of life. They were not hiding. The Dragon Covenant talks of seeking the perpetuity of the ancient dragons, and I believe these other life forms that came were not immortal like the dragons in the Age of Ancients, and instead were created in the disparity of life. I don't believe they were humans, but giants, among other forms of life, of course. The they may actually refer to the variety of humanoid life that emerged, but humans are not those referenced. In the time of the DLC, giants are dismissed as brutish, and yet Elizabeth says, "Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable." In addition, Kieran forgives you for being human, as well as all the negative appraisals of human nature when you engage her in a fight. There must therefore be one or more separate castes, if two, those being humans and giants, are simultaneously derided. For reasons of similarities to Greek mythology, I think the giants are akin to the Titans, and the lords are like the gods. They are related to each other, but it is more like a step in evolution. I will go more into depth on this in the upcoming Stories of the Gods series. Humans, I believe, are likely created. All-Father Lloyd has this epithet, but why? He is not the father of Gwyn or any other lords to our knowledge, but he has an affiliation with the human world despite evidently not being human himself. Thus, it is likely he created man in the same manner that gods have always created humans in mythology. As previously mentioned, the choice of word primeval, I believe, supports this, as it implies it is at the beginning of record keeping, as opposed to simply the beginning of time, and therefore after the advent of they coming from the dark. Soon, culture begins to develop. The massive structures surrounding the Kiln of the First Flame imply the architecture was originally built by and for giants. It certainly wouldn't have been built just for Gwyn's rekindling, and this was likely a city of the giants for a time. Nito dies, and at the very least becomes first of the dead in the sense of being foremost amongst them. However, the Gravelord's sword miracle states that it is known only by servants of the First Dead, an item description which is often missed when discussing his title. A very likely interpretation of this is that he was also the first ever to die. Whichever you choose, it is necessary for his death to be very early on. He is the Grave King in the Tomb of Giants, and his huge size makes likely that he was a giant himself. The Witch of Izalith is likely a giant too, given how she towers over her children in the intro, who we later see are human size. Unless one guesses that they are all children in this moment, from perhaps all being born simultaneously, this must mean that the witch is a giant. However, we know from the Chaos Firewit pyromancy that they weren't all born at the same time, since there is an eldest daughter. The culture spreads into Lordran, where, according to Solaire, Gwyn was born. Lords, or the slightly different race to giants, emerge. Anor Londo is built along with the archives, as when Seath is granted access to them for betraying his kind, the phrase implies they exist already and are not his. They are also already named the Regal Archives, i.e. they are not Seath's, as he is only granted dukedom by Gwyn, a rank below royalty. The archives had therefore been around for a long time before this, implying culture, academia and so on well before Seath's turning. During this spread of culture, roles in society come about. Knights are in existence before challenging the dragons, and miracles are as well, as shown by both the Silver Knights and Lightning Spear miracle in the intro. Therefore, at least some form of religion is likely being developed already. This is further supported by the Dark Hand, which states that the ancients could sap the humanity of a replete saint, implying a faith that was followed in the time of the Age of Ancients. We cannot, however, be sure if it was the Way of White or some other religion. The firstborn son is born. I believe he fought against the dragons, as his Sunlight Blade stresses that it is very effective against dragons. In addition, the lightning spears, which are thrown in great number in the intro, are granted to followers of the Firstborn Son's Covenant, and are again emphasized to be effective against dragons. It is not the Sunlight Spear, as only Gwyn wields that power until he gives it to his children when he goes to kindle the flame. Gwyn also looks old enough to be a grandfather, and is hardly a representation of a father-to-be. Furthermore, his broken statue shows a Dragon Slayer spear akin to Ornstein's, which in the description of Ornstein's spear shows how it is designed to pierce scales of the dragons. In the Designworks interview, they also state that they based the design around the idea of stabbing the dragon and then using all your body weight to force the spear deeper. The firstborn son also used to wear an ancient ring, which does not necessarily refer to the Age of Ancients, but it is an interesting choice of words, as it does imply it. Finally, he is the god of war, and we are only certain of 2 wars in history, of which he is suited far more to the former than the war against the Chaos Demons. At least it seems that the firstborn son was born at the latest during the war and before Seath turned, so as to be involved enough to justify his dragon-slaying weapons and miracles. Gwyn is certain to grant ranks to at least Goff and Ornstein, as Ornstein is explicitly a Dragon Slayer and his weapon is designed for the task, and Goff is referenced as the leader of the Dragon Slayers. Whether Artorias and Kieran were alive and granted ranks at this stage it is difficult to know, as they have no notable dragon-slaying equipment. It is likely that the 4 knights developed gradually, and the number was not fixed, shown by Smoth's unfulfilled wishes to be ranked alongside the 4 knights. It seems it is a tier which any number can be added to, as opposed to a fixed group. Silver Knights are trialled and trained, likely through Udacil, which is referenced as ancient. In addition, there is a trial watched over by a member of the gods which once led to ancient Anor Londo, and in my opinion this is the god of war. For the Battle of Stoicism, each image in the gazebo shows Silver Knight statues, which implies that this was the ultimate goal, to become one of them. I don't believe Sen's Fortress is developed as a trial yet, as it requires a golem made from a dragon bone, who have not been challenged yet. Through whatever means, Silver Knights are recruited before challenging the dragons. Izalith comes about and develops, and the witch has her 7 daughters. Quelana is already wearing her gold hem set. There is culture and a population in Izalith, likely fuel for the transformation into the many demons we see, as shown by the humanoid nature of many demons. The Guardian Soul description implies that it is demon-like, due to it being a mix of different creatures. This shows that demons are an amalgamation of previously existing creatures. The witch, as ruler of Izalith, attempts to recreate the first flame. This is difficult to know for sure whether it was before or after challenging the dragons, but I will explain why I've committed to placing it before. I believe it is possible she attempted its recreation even before the war on the dragons, for several reasons. The first is that the Chaos Flame Ember, which is referenced as the Art of the Lost City of Izalith, is usable only by those who are versed in ancient methods, which implies that it may have been an ember used in the Age of Ancients. Further to this, the gold hemmed robe is stated to have been worn by Quelana before even the Age of Fire, which at first seems to be an irrelevant piece of information. However, it may imply a timeline for deserting the actual robe that you pick up in front of the ceaseless discharge, placing fleeing her home before the Age of Fire began or shortly afterwards. Given that Quelana possesses none of the art of the Flame of Chaos, i.e. she doesn't sell or use any Chaos pyromancies, this would imply that she did flee before the culture and advancements of Chaos began. This makes the choice of words of the gold hem set very significant as to whether this occurred before the Age of Fire. In addition, the name of the Witch of Izalith's children has always puzzled me, the Daughters of Chaos. Even in the introduction cinematic, they are referenced as of Chaos. The footage of the introduction of the witch and her daughters has always been assumed to be before the Chaos Flame's creation, but this name implies otherwise. In addition, all the daughters are significantly smaller than the Witch of Izalith, as I mentioned, which is odd if they are her children in a traditional sense. Perhaps they are of her and the Chaos Flame, a product of sharing the Chaos Flame that the witch controls and is a part of her, in the same way that one can share a pyromancy flame as a part of oneself. Therefore, they share an eternal bond, as the Chaos Flame was split amongst them. In the cut content there is a demon flame Lord Soul, a 5th Lord Soul, which further hints to this possibility that Chaos power could be split as other Lord Souls can be. Further supporting the idea of inherent chaos in the daughters before becoming physical chaos demons is from Quelaag's 2 weapons. Quelaag's Fury Sword appears to be a part of the spider that we slew, perhaps a leg, and is said to have shells, spikes and chaos fire as Quelaag's body does, implying her lower half. However, the Chaos Blade is said to have only the chaotic nature of Quelaag, which implies that she had chaos in her nature before she merged with the spider, becoming the demon that we meet. I am of the opinion that becoming the demon spider creature was no accident, and comes some time after the creation of the Chaos Flame. If demons interest you, all things demonic are our next video, so I won't go into too much detail here unless it is necessary, as we have some really great info I want to present properly in that episode. But back to the topic. We have also seen that women can be linked to flames without complications. Perhaps Ceaseless Discharge was not born after the Chaos Flame was created, and the daughters before, but rather all of them were born before. The daughters can possess it without the damage it causes Ceaseless, as they are women, whereas he, as Miyazaki states in the Designworks interview, possesses the Chaos Flame but can't control it. In addition, the Witch of Izalith's hands seem very burnt in the intro, almost as if she has been playing with fire, which leads me to the moment when she holds the flame in the intro. The intro has several moments which have been overlooked, and they perhaps signify more than what they first appear. Taking a closer look at the familiar image, she is surrounded by her daughters in what seems to be a ritual involving her flame. This is not fighting against the dragons, and is assumedly before the war, as we are shown this scene before the dragons are challenged in the prologue. It appears to me as though it could be a representation of the attempt to recreate the first flame, or splitting the Chaos Flame between them, standing deep within Izalith on the roots of the earth that would become the heart of chaos. We see in this clip the 2 daughters on either side of the Witch of Izalith holding staves, which we don't see anywhere else except in the Bed of Chaos boss battle. This does imply that we are seeing the ritual that in fact created the Bed of Chaos. What I think is far more certain than whether the creation of the Chaos Flame occurred before or after the Age of Fire is that the Witch of Izalith controls the Chaos Flame for some time. There is a very significant amount of time before the flame engulfed her, if indeed it ever did in the sense that we assumed. I will give some brief support for engulfment coming far after controlling the first flame. First, the Lord Soul she has is described as having created a being of chaos and fire, whose power formed a bed of life that would become the source of all demons. Would become implies a temporal delay at least between its creation and the demon's creation. Furthermore, I believe demons came about while she still controlled the flame. The demon Fire Sage, referenced as the first demon, is a master of flame sorceries, despite pyromancy being described as coming about at the moment the witch was engulfed. This places a demon before engulfment and pyromancy. She also has a son, Ceaseless Discharge, and it is stated that his sisters made him a ring so that the lava which inflamed his sores from birth wouldn't hurt. His sisters, plural, implies the complete group, i.e. all of the sisters, are still around. This places another demon before Quelana's departure, which she claims is upon her mother's engulfment. Miyazaki also states, in a contradiction to the description of the demon Fire Sage, that Ceaseless Discharge is the first demon, born so long ago that the flame wasn't yet stable. Wasn't yet stable implies it was eventually stabilized and controlled, in addition to the Great Age of Ceaseless, implying that his creation was long ago. Also, when Ceaseless dropped his orange charred ring, his lava sores flood the land below, burying the Chaos Ember, an ancient art known only by blacksmiths versed in ancient rites. These things taken together put the creation of the Chaos Flame very far back on the timeline. The sisters' transformation into demons is after challenging the dragons, however, which will be discussed later. Thamos is around before the Chaos Ember is developed, as is versed in the ancient methods required to use it. However, from his dialogue we can tell he has never seen it. His helm also indicates that he is part of an ancient line, and he repeatedly references himself as old. It is certain from both the large flame and Chaos Flame Ember that he is exceptionally old, complaining about the state of modern embers. We can therefore safely put him before the war, when the Chaos Ember is likely flooded over. Havel is likely to be around in advance of becoming a battle compatriot with Gwyn. Considering he wields a dragon tooth which is likely pillaged from a dragon he kills, I believe he was a compatriot for this war. Anor Londo, the archives, knights, religion, Izalith. In short, culture was fully developed before the challenging of the dragons. The Lord's souls are found. This is a very similar time to challenging the dragons, as both are referenced as marking the dawn of the Age of Fire. I believe the power of the Lord's souls tempted them to challenge the dragons, and do not believe that Seath tempted the Lords to challenge the dragons, as Seath allied with Lord Gwyn. This implies that there were already sides to ally too. Betraying his own also implies the same. As an example, can you roleplay siding with the mushrooms against the cats in Darkroot Garden? No, it doesn't make sense, they're not against each other. Therefore, Seath turned once the dragons and lords were already fighting. With the strength of lords, the dragons are challenged. Nito unleashes a miasma of death and disease, which is effective on the dragons as the emergence of life has made them vulnerable to such things. Some affected by this miasma become the undead dragons you see in-game, brought down by death and disease. However, not being split from their everlasting scales of immortality, they cling on, as undead it seems. Seath betrays his own, and it is likely that in the same move he pillages the primordial crystal. He is made a duke and embraced by royalty, and is also given access to the regal archives and allowed to pursue his research. He perhaps is given the bequeathed Lord Soul Shard now as a reward, though most descriptions of Gwyn splitting his soul to his clan are upon leaving to link the flame, so this is ambiguous. He could be granted the soul piece for turning against the dragons, but be given it years later. It is hard to tell exactly when. Without all the dragons being killed, enough are slain for the dragon's time to be past, and the time of lords to begin. So begins the Age of Fire. Alvina is born early in this age. If there were not the full set of 4 knights before the war, in the Age of Fire the set of Gwyn's 4 knights is completed, and the Lord's blades start killing Gwyn's enemies. It may be here that Smough grinds bones of victims and ruins his chances of being ranked among the 4 knights. Sen's Fortress is created as a trial to become a Silver Knight or as a training ground, either replacing Ulasil or in conjunction with it. This is due to the fact that Silver Knight statues fill the rooms of Sen's Fortress, despite the fact that Silver Knights have remained at Anor Londo since Gwyn left to kindle the flame to protect the illusory goddess. Therefore, it is impossible for there to be Silver Knight armor here if Sen's Fortress was intended to shepherd the undead from the start, as if Gwyn orders the shepherding of the undead upon kindling the flame, but the undead from the start. As if Gwyn orders the shepherding of the undead upon kindling the flame, the Silver Knights have remained at the capital since he left. Upon kindling the flame, the Silver Knights have remained at the capital since he left. Hence, the armor sets must have been there when Sen's Fortress served a different function, for example a training ground. This is pushed further by the fact that the armor is old, broken and rusted. Andre's dialogue shows that it was likely built before the undead legend, stating, "Sen's Fortress is an old proving ground built by the ancient gods. It was built by the gods, plural, which implies it was before the gods left, and Gwyn only tells his children to shepherd the humans on leaving to kindle the flame, by which time most gods have left. I will get to proving the gods leave before Gwyn kindles the flame in a moment." Why would the gods build a fortress as a trial for the undead so that they have their home invaded to succeed a leader who still is in power and at the capital? In addition, Dragonbone Fist shows that the core of the Iron Golem was made by the bone of an everlasting dragon by the gods. This once again shows that it, like the fortress, was made by multiple gods, and also makes likely that the golem was built shortly after defeating the ancient dragons. A painting of the fortress is also in a bedroom in Anor Londo, implying it existed and was used well before the gods left and the shepherding of the undead to Anor Londo began. The Iron Golem also slayed countless heroes who sought Anor Londo, which seems an overly positive term just for some undead. Tarkus and likely Lautrec seem to have both defeated the Iron Golem, and despite this we can kill it too after they already have, showing that it is a trial that can be reset over and over as it is not living. A golem is defined as a robot, automaton, or clay animated by magic. We see this sort of magic in Ulasil in the DLC. The armour shows how it is just a vessel for the souls, further hinting at its puppet-like nature. It is not truly alive and can be reset to fight again and again, which is perfect both as a trial or as training. Therefore, we can conclude that Sen's Fortress has been recycled. It was once a trial or proving grounds to become a Silver Knight, or it is also likely, given the number of spare armour sets, that it doubled as a training ground for the Silver Knights. It has now become a proving ground for the undead pilgrimage. Other regions develop that had not already come about. Demons are eventually produced in large number, likely from the original inhabitants of Izalith, and demon culture becomes more established. Support of the Flame of Chaos, of demons themselves, and likely even willful transformation into them is carried out by the witch and some daughters. All except, and rather suspiciously given her dialogue, Quelana, who is against the Flame of Chaos. Again, stay tuned for our demon video for more detail on this. Izalith is not in disorder. Demons have a hierarchy and culture, and there is no war waged upon them for some time. The Japanese name for Demon Fire Sage implies that he was a priest to the demons, and is high up in their ranks. And yes, it is not a transformed Daughter of Chaos. Sage, the English, and priest, the Japanese, are both male terms. Great Chaos Fireball and Chaos Flame Ember, among other items, are all described as the art of the Flame of Chaos. The inclusion of spells and smithing in the demon culture is hardly the stamp of a demon-ravaged ruin. The Chaos Flame Ember is an art of the lost city of Izalith. The ember is used to make demon weapons, and yet it is the art of the functioning city of Izalith. Izalith continues to flourish after the Chaos Flame and the demons come into being. The statues themselves in Izalith function as demonic guards. Quelaag and the Fair Lady show language developed as part of this culture. This is supported by the Old Witch's Ring description and the demonic script that appears around the Ceaseless Discharge and the Bed of Chaos boss battles. The Chaos Flame at some stage engulfs the Witch of Izalith and her daughters. This could be soon after challenging the dragons or a period into demon culture. It is hard to say. Furthermore, engulf could mean that they were powerfully affected or overwhelmed, as opposed to the traditional meaning of being swept over in a physical sense. This is important as it could imply a different process to manic transformation or flooding of lava, and instead mean being overcome in a power struggle, the development of an infatuation with the Chaos Flame, or the giving of allegiance to the Chaos Flame. This type of engulfment, that of infatuation or allegiance, may be supported by the fact that both Quelana and the eldest daughter, who is closest to the heart of chaos, are both unaffected by this engulfment and seem fully human. Furthermore, Quelaag and the Fair Lady are still loyal to the Chaos Flame, running the Servants of Chaos Covenant. It is also an interesting description, as only the Witch, unless two daughters are included in the boss fight, is part of the Bed of Chaos. The rest are free to roam. Perhaps after the engulfment, the consumption of humanity for the Chaos Flame, or the rate of production of demons, was too great for Gwyn not to take notice, and so was the catalyst for the war. But this moment, or process, needs to occur independently from the creation of the Chaos Flame, as the engulfment creates pyromancy. The Witch of Izalith becomes the godmother of pyromancy, a term that likely means she was the creator, but did not teach the art to the outside world. Quelana did teach it to the outside world, and is named the mother of pyromancy, but her introduction of it to Salomon is far later. Quelana is also referenced as not only the mother, but the founder of pyromancy. These varying terms could mean that the Witch of Izalith created pyromancy for Izalith, and Quelana had escaped before this stage and discovers it herself independently. There would therefore be two independent creators for two independent realms. This is supported by the fact that Quelana has no chaos pyromancies, unlike those used by the closest to the Witch of Izalith. In addition, if Quelana has inherent chaos, she could perhaps draw from this flame within her and then share it. This concept is supported by the fact that Quelana has latent power that has yet to be revealed or emerge. This could link either into whether she is playing a long, devious game, or just simply to the flame that is inherent within her. The cut dialogue of Quelaag shows that she knows that they are banished and accepts this pact. This implies that Quelaag and the Fair Lady likely fled the ruins or made their domain higher up after the war with Gwyn's knights. This links their flaying not to the engulfment or production of demons, but long afterwards, having been part of demonic culture. They are still actively supporting the culture and the Chaos Flame. In addition, note that the only mention of Quelaag and the Fair Lady fleeing is from Ingi, who cannot even speak to them. The Way of White definitely has to be fully fledged in the Age of Fire, even if it did not begin in the previous age. They produced their first undead, Leroy, outside of Lordran, so likely Thoroland, as he has to travel to the land of the gods. This happens well before the kindling of the flame and before the nameless blacksmith deity leaves, as Grant and Sanctus are explicitly referenced as legendary weapons. Legendary weapons require a titanite slab to be forged, slabs being the domain of gods, and which are the heirlooms of the nameless blacksmith deity. However, these slabs have been long lost since the blacksmith deity's departure and have turned into myth, with the exception of those who may have been bequeathed them, which is another story. I believe that the nameless blacksmith deity forged these weapons for Leroy's mission, which places the mission far back on the timeline, before the kindling and the god's departure. The nameless blacksmith deity passes before the other gods, but I will get to that in a moment. Further support for this early timing of the first undead mission is found in Leroy's use of Wrath of the Gods, which tattered and devolved over a great period of time into the modern Force. The only other individual who possesses it is Rhea, descended from the House of Thoroland, and therefore from the foremost family in the church who has had it passed down the generations. From this stage, at the latest, I think undeath has been placed upon humans, or at least some form of humanoids, as we cannot be sure if Leroy was human. Nevertheless, undead are in existence. However, it has been placed upon the dragons for some time, it would seem. I also believe that Guinevere is likely born at this stage in the Age of Fire. She is revered as a symbol of bounty and fertility, and so it is likely she came about soon after the defeat of the dragons, and born as culture developed even further with the lords prospering as the dominant beings. However, she does in the cut content have a talisman named after her, which is called the Dragon Talisman. Perhaps this could have been a gift from the dragons in the time of peace. In addition, there is a divine blessing in a chest in the room with Guinevere's statue, and seems to have been guarded by the painting guardians for ages. If that were to be taken literally, this would put the painting in Guinevere's birth before the War on the Dragons, and perhaps even Priscilla's birth as well. Nevertheless, it can of course be argued that the content was cut for a lore reason, and so can't be fully grounded evidence for this theory. In fact, I also believe she may be the child at the statue at the Sunlight Altar, and many other locations, for several reasons. The mother stands on Anorlondo architecture and has a crown, just the same architecture as Gwyn and Guinevere stand on in their statues in the Anorlondo Cathedral. She is likely therefore at one stage the queen. Neither the firstborn or Gwendolyn wield a straight sword. We encounter Gwendolyn, who uses a catalyst and bow, and the statue of the firstborn son wields a dragonslayer spear. In addition, no statue of this mother and child is defaced, unlike that of the firstborn son. The statue is also included in the new cathedral, and is therefore unlikely to be showing the firstborn son since he is very old. The child cannot be Gwyn either, since he also doesn't use a straight sword. This same statue is also, even up to the present, actively worshipped at. We meet Rhea there when she arrives to pray at the church, and before this we find a firekeeper soul on the altar, which is perhaps evidence of a recent ritual or sacrifice. A statue of the firstborn son, who for a long time has had his deific status rescinded, is unlikely to draw such worship, whereas one cherished by all is more fitting to draw worship. Guinevere is also the Princess of Sunlight, which fits the statue being near the Sunlight Altar bonfire. Everyone analysing the statue seems to have become fixated upon this child being the firstborn son. Perhaps the desperation to prove Solaire to be the firstborn son, and the vague similarity of the Sunlight straight sword and the sword in the statue gave some credence to the theory. However, the developers stated firmly that the firstborn son is not in the game, and perhaps this left the legacy of the child still being the firstborn son, even if it wasn't Solaire anymore. A final proof of the child not being the firstborn son is that a follower of Gwyndolin is found buried in front of the same recurring statue in the catacombs. Gwyndolin mentions his sister and father, but at no point does he mention either his mother or brother. This is despite the God of War still being alive and having his status rescinded whilst Gwyndolin was alive too. Therefore, Gwyndolin either agrees with his brother's rescinded status or is unaware of his existence, either of which reasons makes it very unlikely that a Dark Moon follower would be buried beneath a